awaiting our chief guest. This song is dedicated to my Tovus, my Kambanis, Maoli, Sataniko na Limbu, Watakinakai. Right? So if you know the song, please jam out. You wanna join me on stage? Yeah. Right? All right. When you fire, tunga. Oh, particularly my people. Tell you. Right. Let's do this.
Naka.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. I welcome on stage Egi Bakalolama.
This song will be like, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. So just a minute before the official opening. Vinaka, this song was dedicated to everybody, and especially to the students. Dumbala. And I'm like a mati, Sanga Yodiani, with a window number, the Maki, and the Muvira, of the Willem Wakiswani, the Sinu Makoto Taniani, Kiss my young Kissiani, Kiss my young Kissiani, Sabina Kabaka, the Kissimai, Kiss my young Kissiani, Kiss my young Kissiani, Sabina Kabaka, the Kissimai, is living away. Kiss my
Well, thank you very much, Chosa and Aggie. Just an announcement, I think our chief guest is now here, so please be upstanding when he enters the auditorium this afternoon. Renaka. You'll rise. Thank you. Please be seated. The Chief Guest and Attorney General and Minister for Economy, the Honorable Ayaz Sayed Qayyum, the UN dignitaries, Pacific Youth Council representative, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Mbula vinaka and welcome to our International Youth Day celebrations. Today, the UNFPA Pacific joins the world in commemorating International Youth Day under the theme, Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, the world needs to leverage the full potential of all generations. Solidarity across generations is key for the sustainable development of our world. Before we begin our formalities this afternoon, I'm going to ask the UNFPA Pacific staff member, Mr. Apolosi Vosanimbola, to come forward and offer a word of prayer for us before we begin.
Thank you, Mr. Kalioba Turangaview. The title of the prayer that I would like to read for us today is When Young People's Potential is Fulfilled, We All Benefit. Let us pray. Loving Father, we thank you for young people, their vigor and energy, enthusiasm and potential that they have, their particular way of engaging with the world, their potential and futures. We pray that the obstacles that can hold them back, such as poverty, ill health, and discrimination, will be removed. We pray, Lord, for the 1 in 5 young people who are not employed, not in education or training, and especially for the young women who make up this statistic. We ask that, inspired by your Spirit, young people will have courage to speak out for justice, find solutions to poverty, and love their neighbors with word and action. On this day, we cry out on their behalf. We are sorry for when we have failed to support and look after our young people. We pray for the projects and opportunities that are focused on giving young people the chance to fulfill their potential. May you bless them, sustain them, and continue to inspire solutions that will give young people a future filled with hope. May you strengthen them with joyful hearts, give them a vision of your kingdom here on earth, and embolden them to act. Hear our prayer, O merciful and gracious Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wasanimbola. I'm now going to ask the young ladies and representatives from each school present here to come forward and garland our UN dignitaries this afternoon. Thank you very much. Our first speaker to deliver opening remarks this afternoon is the UN Resident Coordinator Office representative, Mr. Jan Nemecek, who is the current head of office for the UN Resident Coordinator Office based here in Suva. Prior to this role, he worked in New York as the Regional Liaison Officer for Arab States. And additionally, while in New York, he worked with the Crisis Bureau and the Bureau for Program Policy Support. He also has previous experience working with the UN in Yemen, Panama, the Dominican Republic, Lesotho, Venezuela, and Argentina. Please welcome Mr. Jan Nemecek.
Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service, Communication, Housing, and Community Development, Honorable Aya Sayed Kayum, representatives of United Nations, colleagues, representatives of Youth Council and youth present here in the room, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, colleagues. Bulabinaka, Malawalei, Talofa Lakwe. Good afternoon, warm Pacifica greetings to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I'm honored to greet all of you here as we come together to celebrate the International Youth Day 2022. The theme of this year celebrates the intergenerational solidarity, and the theme is creating a world for all ages. A theme that seems appropriate now more than ever, as we are divided on many global issues and ways how to solve them. It's critical that we learn to come together and be willing to learn from each other. Older generations have amounts of knowledge and experience, while the youth of today are more connected, passionate, innovative, and willing to demand change now more than ever. It should not be out with the old and in with the new, but rather intergenerational solidarity should combine the strengths of all of us to bring about more effective and efficient change. We all know the extent of the global challenges we currently face, whether it is COVID-19 recovery, climate change, political instability, socioeconomic inequalities. We are stronger tackling these issues united rather than divided. We often hear that the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. And although this statement might sound as a cliche, it holds a lot of truth. Today's event, similar to this one, will be held all over the world. And when I look into the crowd of you sitting here, I can see endless potential. And I know others in my position all over the world on similar events do so as well. We all have a responsibility to nurture this potential and allow space for the youth of today to flourish and contribute to decisions that will inevitably impact their future. In the past, youth had limited opportunity to impact policy development. Older generations claimed that their life experience provided them with the knowledge to make decisions on behalf of the youth and understand their needs. Luckily, the world is changing, and you, young men, women, are increasingly becoming active agents in policy development, influencing and directing decisions that will not only impact you, but also the generations to come. The critical role that youth will play in the future has not gone unnoticed for the United Nations. Back in 2015, the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a 15-year process that guides the United Nations system to be more sustainable, efficient, and equal. In this plan, youth are explicitly named as essential actors in achieving the goals. Nowhere is the impact of youth groups more prevalent than right here in the Pacific. You, the Pacific youth, have contributed to shifting the international narrative in perception of your region's response to climate change, from one of the passive victimhood to one of strength and resilience, summed up in the emblematic words, "We are not drowning, we are fighting." Pacific nations have already displayed intergenerational solidarity on the biggest global stages. For several years now, youth activists from the region have been asked to join their state leaders and representatives at global conferences such as the COP, providing them with the knowledge and experience to negotiate deals and be involved in the decision-making process. Other nations from around the world could learn a great deal from the Pacific in this regard. In 2019, for example, at COP25 in Madrid, Fiji was one of the only 12 countries to sign the Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Action. This declaration ensures strong commitment to accelerate inclusive child and youth-friendly climate policies and actions at national and global levels, including the need to enhance their participation in decision-making. However, the fact that only 12 countries initially signed up for this declaration shows that there is still plenty of room for action. And while it's great that Fiji is at the forefront of this movement, we won't be satisfied until all nations see the value and potential that their youth can bring. Finally, I would like to specifically address the youth in this room. Your generation has more information and power at your fingertips than previously thought possible. I urge you to use this power for the benefit of all of us, to make positive, long-lasting change in your communities, your countries, and even on a global scale. Don't be afraid to take risks and demand what is best for the generations to come. In doing so, learn from the mistakes that previous generations have made. It doesn't have to be a case of old versus new. If we can all work together and respect the values of intergenerational solidarity, we can strive for a world where we are proud to hand it over to the next generation. Thank you all, and happy International Youth Day. Thank you.
Mr. Nemechek. To deliver our second opening remark this afternoon is the UNICEF Pacific representative, Ms. Anna Smurby, who is currently Chief of Education with UNICEF Pacific, where she oversees UNICEF's education program and partnerships with 14 other Pacific Island countries and territories. She is originally from California, and but currently lives in Suva with her family, and she feels fortunate to be raising her two daughters in Fiji. Please make welcome Ms. Anna Smurby.
Esteemed youth, representatives of youth networks, youth clubs and groups, Honorable Ayad Sayed Qayyum, Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service, Communications, Housing and Community Development, Mr. Jan Nemechek, United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office Representative, Ms. Cyrus Shamim, UNFPA Deputy Director, and Ms. Renata Ram, UNAID Country Director. Representatives of government ministries, development partners, and civil society, members of the media, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and remember you all, the youth, you came first. Bula vinaka and warm greetings to everyone. On behalf of UNICEF, I'm very pleased to say a few words at today's event celebrating International Youth Day for 2022 with the theme Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages. This year's theme is close to our hearts in UNICEF as the UN agency mandated to safeguard the rights of all children. Anchored in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. UNICEF's strategic plan reflects our unreserved commitment to promoting the rights of all children, adolescents, and young people everywhere. It also sets our commitment towards inclusive recovery from COVID-19, the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, and as part of all of this, the realization of a society in which all children, adolescents, and young people are included without discrimination and have opportunities to make a difference in their own lives and in their families, communities, and countries. These last 2 years have been tough on all of us, but we continue to rise united as one Pacific family. This spirit of resilience and dualidad was evident through the celebration of Pacific regionalism in the recent Pacific Islands Forum leaders meeting held here in Suva. I can also see that spirit here today as well. And I really appreciated the spirit of the music before. Thank you very much for bringing that. As your partners, and that is what we are, your partners, we know that our collective regional vision for a better future in the Pacific can only be possible if we work hand in hand with you, our children, our young people, our leaders today, and our leaders tomorrow. Young people are a massive cohort in the Pacific. You, our young people, have immense potential. We acknowledge the considerable voice and engagement of youth in the Pacific. For example, in climate action, as was mentioned, and more recently in the Transforming Education consultations. Many Pacific Island countries have held over the past few weeks, and in which youth voices have been among the most powerful. You have the power to drive change, to lead Pacific regional and global solidarity and partnerships that contribute to the development and success of your families, communities, and countries. Your innovative ideas are already contributing to your families, your communities, and your country. Now more than ever, we must ensure that the voices of young people are raised and listened to. So as we reflect on this year's theme, Intergenerational Solidarity, Creating a World for All Ages, let us work together to identify and fully resource priorities for young people to make sure they become reality, including for the most vulnerable. So I want to take this opportunity to thank our partners, the Fijian government, through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, our UN family, in continuing to support youth through events like this, where information can be shared, new lessons learned, and again, voices raised. During this International Youth Day celebration, I take this time to also thank you, our young people, for your individual and collective efforts across generations in your families, communities, and countries. Keep it up. Binaka Vakalevu.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anna Smurley. Our third opening remark this afternoon will be delivered by the UNFPA Deputy Director, Ms. Saira Shamim. She is presently the representative for Fiji and Deputy Director of the UNFPA Pacific Sub-Regional Office here in Suva, which covers 14 island countries and territories. She has been involved in the field of women's health and human rights for over 20 years, both in the UN system as well as with civil society organizations. Please make welcome Ms. Saira Shamim.
Thank you. The Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Economy, Civil Service, Communications, Housing and Community Development, Mr. Ayaz Said Kayum. My colleagues from the UNRCO, UN UNICEF, UNAIDS, the Pacific Youth Council, representatives from youth schools across Fiji, ladies and gentlemen, and the young man who invited me to dance just now. Thank you. Welcome and Bula Vinaka to all of you. I would like to congratulate all of you who've joined us today to celebrate International Youth Day here in this lovely room, but also across the Pacific and who have joined us through the internet. It's an important opportunity to remind ourselves of the importance of youth in the Pacific of today, but also the Pacific of tomorrow, and your role and our collective collaboration in removing the barriers that prevent each young person from fulfilling their needs, their dreams, and their full potentials. It's a moment in which to mobilize our political will and resources to address the problems faced both globally and in the Pacific region that young people are facing. This year, International Youth Day reflects the theme of ageism, which is when a person is physically discriminated because of their physical age in ways that could lead to harm, disadvantage, injustice, and which can erode the solidarity across generations. Ageism can adversely affect the health and well-being of both the young and the young at heart, and it often intersects and interacts with other forms of stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination. Ageism can be institutionalized within laws and policies and practices that unfairly restrict opportunities and disadvantage people merely because of your physical age. It can manifest in interpersonal relationships where it affects the interaction between two or more people. But most importantly, it can also be self-directed inwards, where an individual can internalize and direct reduced self-value towards themselves, leading to serious mental health and psychosocial harm. We have an opportunity to reduce ageism and move closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through removing age-related discriminations and inequalities in all sectors, using education to provide accurate information to counter stereotypes, and to foster meaningful interaction between people of different generations. A critical health-related impact of ageism is the effect it has on adolescent girls. There is a strong correlation between gender inequality, unintended pregnancies or early pregnancy, and bodily autonomy, access to contraceptive information and services, and comprehensive sexuality education, also referred to as family life education, are key approaches to minimizing the negative impact on young women. These things are critical in order to ensure young women have agency and the ability to make decisions about their bodies as well as their lives, and it includes young men too. Both generations, older and younger, need to work together if we are to achieve this for all young people in Fiji and across the Pacific, and who need our support collectively in order to make that change. We are indeed honored to have our Attorney General with us today on this important celebration, and like to thank him for joining us. I would also like to express our gratitude to our partners, including the youth organizations, the schools, the Fiji Ministry of Youth and Sports, UNICEF, UNAIDS, and the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator in Fiji for making this celebration possible and for having it so vibrant and full of music and life. Thank you very much.
Ms. Shamim. And now I'm going to invite the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry for Youth and Sports, Roberto Nayavalevu, to come forward and introduce our chief guest this afternoon.
Bula Vinaka, it is my pleasant task this afternoon to introduce our chief guest, man who needs no introduction, Very briefly, Honorable Ayaz Said Kayum is the Attorney General and the Minister for Economy, Civil Service, Communication, Housing, Community Development, and also serves as the Minister responsible for climate change. As the Minister of Communications, Mr. Kayum has overseen a massive expansion in access to mobile services, extending coverage to 95% of the country. Fiji has also experienced a boom in access to high-speed internet services and free-to-air digital television, which is now available all throughout the geographically remote nation. To position Fiji as the IT leader in the region and as a preferred hub for data processing services, the Honorable Attorney General is overseeing the digitalization of government services. Fiji has already made remarkable progress over the past 5 years to improve its telecommunications and ICT regulatory requirement, resulting in Fiji receiving the ICTs in Sustainable Development Award from the International Telecommunications Union under his leadership. Fiji has also been named the chair of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization. He completed his Master's in Law, LLM, degree at the University of Hong Kong, and his Bachelor of Laws, LLB, degree at the University of New South Wales, Australia. He attained his Bachelor of Arts degree from the Australian National University in Canberra, Australia, majoring in Political Science and Development Studies. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable AG to deliver his keynote address.
Bulavinaka, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to all the young people in the room, including those of us who are not so young too. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge the Minister for Youth and Sports, who is also the Minister responsible for Employment and Industrial Relations, and also his Assistant Minister who's here with us, Alipati Nangata. The representatives from the different UN agencies, thank you very much for being here. I'd like to just probably give you a quick snapshot in respect of where we are in Fiji and vis-a-vis the International Youth Day, which talks about international solidarity. I think many a times, not just in Fiji, of course, but internationally and globally, whenever we want to highlight any particular issue or any particular group that may be, for example, be suffering from being marginalized to the periphery of society, being on the outer bounds, whether it's people who are able or disabled, whether people who are young or people who are old. We have a young population in Fiji. 70% of our entire population is below the age of 40. So all those of you in this room who are below the age of 40, you are the majority in this country. Those of us over the age of 40, we are the minority in this country. Then in other countries, for example, in Japan, where a vast number of the people are actually much older. You actually will go to a supermarket where a person packing your groceries or pushing the trolley in the car park is somebody who's 75 years old. You won't see that in Fiji. So different parts of the world have different demographics. And if we are able to, they have obviously aged care issues there. There are other parts of the world where we have people who are elderly, who are neglected. Recently, we saw some news pieces, for example, from Australia, where there was a bit of a scandal in one of the aged care homes where people are being neglected. People who are supposed to look after them weren't looking after them. We have then other parts of the world where people who are young are being neglected. Perhaps their voices aren't being heard. Perhaps enough medical services aren't being provided to them, or they don't have access to education. Vast numbers of young people in vast countries, many countries in the world, don't actually have access to education. However, if we're going to look at this problem from what we call a dichotomous approach, like us and them situation, you'll never be able to find a good solution. You need to be able to look at the problems in society from a, what I call a very inclusive approach. And this is why I can really relate to this year's theme, which is about intergenerational solidarity. In other words, that the youth can learn from those people who are not so young. And the not so young can also learn a lot from those who are young. You will find many people in different homes where people who are in their 40s or 50s or 60s are being taught by young people how to use a mobile phone, how to use Viber, how to use WhatsApp. On the other hand, there are many elderly people who may be teaching young people how to look after the environment, how to, for example, go crabbing or looking after the mangrove. All of that is what we call a shared sense of inclusiveness, a shared learning platform. So if we move away from a dichotomous approach, we'll be able to do a lot more. Let me put into perspective. In 1972, I was 7 years old. Yes, I was 7 years old. There was a cyclone Bibi that came. It was the largest cyclone we've ever had in Fiji. The next big cyclone that came to Fiji was 10 years afterwards. Today, you as young people have to face, and we as a country have to face nearly 2 or 3 cyclones in one season. If we don't get one cyclone in a season, we think it's such a great deal. But in those days, it was a rare thing to get a cyclone. Today, it is the norm. Before in Fiji, a lot of people did not finish even primary school or high school, or did not even go to university because they did not have free education. We've had so many people who've said to us, we wish in our time we had free education. I had so many young or elderly women say to us, in our family, there were 7 of us, there were 5 of us. And because our parents did not have enough money to pay school fees for everybody, they decided that the boys would go to school and the girls would stay at home and do the cooking and the cleaning and all of that, because one day they would get married in any case and become mothers. So there's no need for them to go to school. They were the choices that people then had to make. We've had so many people who said to us, I was such a good student, but my parents could not afford to send me to high school or could not afford to send me to university. Today, of course, you do not have that issue. You have free education. But today you have cyclones, which you have to face. People in the past did not have to face that many cyclones. People in the past, of course, I remember when you had to get a phone call from a friend, it was such a big deal because very few people had landlines. You had those phones you dial and you had landlines, or you'd go to a public phone to make a phone call. Today, we have people on Facebook posting what they had for breakfast. That's how rapidly things have changed. So you may have easier access to communications, but you also have cyberbullying. You face the problem. The older generation did not face cyberbullying. You have people who get stalked on social media. People get berated on social media, whereas before they did not have those challenges. The reason I'm highlighting all these issues to you is that every generation has either a set of opportunities or a set of problems. And it's our ability to be able to learn from those challenges or those opportunities, both in the past and the present, will we be able to address today's problems. So the narrative should not be about us and them. The narrative should be about, well, what are the issues we face? What are the issues they faced? What are the opportunities we have? And what are the opportunities they had? Because if we are able to get on that common platform, then we'll be able to address many of the issues, many of the challenges that we face today. Today in Fiji, like I mentioned, 70% of the entire population is below the age of 40. 65% is below the age of 65. So as a government, we have to ensure the vast majority of the people in this country have access to education, have access to those services, have access to jobs. How do we create jobs? How do we create access to medical services? We have to be able to provide the right environment. We have to ensure that the young people feel confident in the system. Young people need to also understand very quickly, understand the economy. We cannot talk about issues. We cannot talk about jobs. We cannot talk about opportunities, inclusiveness, empowering women, empowering youth, if we do not understand how the economy works. if we do not understand what we as individual Fijians can do to be able to ensure that our economy flourishes, to be able to ensure that there's stability, because without stability, without consistency in policies, you actually forego many opportunities. You will not be able to get jobs if there's inconsistency in policies. If there's no stability, you won't be able to have jobs. You won't be able to have career paths. Today in Fiji, there's not a single Fijian doctor that can carry out open heart surgery. In the 21st century in Fiji, not a single Fijian doctor can do open heart surgery. The question we have to ask, why did that happen? But more importantly, what can we do to ensure that we have Fijian doctors who can do open heart surgery? What policy steps are we taking? What opportunities are we giving? Today, the world is changing quite rapidly, as highlighted by one of our speakers earlier on. We have Russia that's invaded Ukraine. We had a pandemic, a 1 in a 100-year event. Nobody expected that the world's borders would shut down. Nobody. In February of 2020, nobody thought that every single country would shut down their borders, but it actually happened, and it happened so quickly. 110,000 Fijians lost their jobs. It's not just about people who worked in the tourism sector, or worked in a hotel, or flew a plane, or was a flight attendant, or was a gardener at the hotel, or the taxi driver at the hotel. It was also the ladies who, for example, were selling boiled evi, lovo packs, roti parcel, mithai outside the airport, not to the tourists, but to the workers who worked at the airport. The workers who worked at ATS, who worked at Fiji Airways, or the ladies who made handicraft and were given a small space in the hotel lobby or in some corridor of the hotel to sell their handicraft to the tourists. They did not work for the hotels, but they made a living from those tourists. So when the tourists aren't coming, they had no living too. So these were the challenges that were presented to us. So as a country, as young people, because you will very soon be occupying positions of authority. You already have positions of authority, but in terms of political decision-making, administrative, governmental decision-making, you'll be in those positions very soon. And for you to be able to ensure that you have a brighter future, to be able to ensure that our country has a brighter future, you need to be able to understand what the economy is about. How does the world function? Why is the price of things going up? There's so much information available. You need to be able to educate yourself. Facebook is great, but we don't believe everything that's on Facebook. As I was saying to somebody the other day, that, you know, if I go up and put a post and say, I saw the frog eat the horse, many people say, where did it take place? What color was the frog? What color was the horse? As opposed to questioning whether a frog actually can eat a horse or not. So it's our individual responsibility to be able to ensure that we have the correct information. Because by ensuring and developing a culture within yourself and developing a culture within the country of getting the right information, getting the right narrative, we'll be able to have a much brighter future. And in that way also we'll be able to learn from the generations. Climate change is a critical issue. There are many practices that were indigenous practices, traditional practices, that in fact met a lot of the challenges of climate change. We cannot say that everything in the past was wrong, because in fact some of those practices are in fact very good to be able to meet those challenges. So it's the same way that I'm trying to demonstrate to you. Please, if you rely on the theme of this International Youth Day, which is the intergeneration solidarity, for me it means intergeneration collaboration, intergeneration learnings, because the older people also will learn from you and you should also learn from them. And in that way, we have that mutual respect. We cannot have what we call a dichotomous approach to our problems. We must be inclusive. We must be able to willing to be learned from each other, and how we can use those learnings for the betterment of our own individual lives, betterment of our communities, betterment of our society, indeed the betterment of our country. So congratulations once again to all the stakeholders that have been involved. It'd be great to talk to some of you, all of you individually. I'd like to thank, of course, all the UN agencies that have been, providing a lot of support, not just in Fiji, but throughout the region itself. They bring a lot of specialized skill sets in the different areas, whether it's UNICEF and various other areas, and UNAIDS, you'll hear from Renata, the various challenges. And I think what is really important today in Fiji, we have a very liberal approach in respect of our ability to talk about philosophical issues, to talk about, for example, teenage pregnancy, to talk about sexual assault. These are critical issues as to why these things actually take place. Our ability to ensure that we respect each other, and I'm talking about across gender also. So you'll see different policies being put in place to ensure that the level of inclusiveness, the level of respect is maintained. This is, of course, and I have to say this is, of course, an election year too. And I'm not here to, electioneer or campaign, but you'll also see a lot of narratives developing, and you as the youth really are the critical voice. Because if we have regressive politics, you won't have a brighter future. We must be able to have a political landscape where people provide solutions. For people to win political office, they must not get into racism. They must not get into provincialism. They must not get into gender disparity. They must be able to ensure the policies, the philosophy must be inclusive as to how we can, as a country, become strong, become inclusive, and indeed have a sustainable future for all of us. And wish you all a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those wise words of wisdom. Well, you've been a very good audience, kids. Thank you so much for paying attention this afternoon. Before we end our formalities this afternoon, I'm going to invite our two local artists who are in the house, household names as well, Chosa and Aggie, to come forward and sing for us our theme song on ageism. For those of you that don't know Chosa, he hails from the village of Naimbita. I think someone from Vonolebu is on sound this afternoon. He is from Naimbita village in Wainimbuka Tailevu, and he is a Fijian recording artist, as you well know, who released his EP album last year in December 2021 with the first single from the album, Amania, which he sang earlier on this afternoon. The word Amania in their dialect means come and listen, and becoming widely popular over the radio and on his official YouTube channel. His music is available for purchase or for streaming on digital platforms like Serenade Fiji on VT-Cart, as well as iTunes Store, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and Spotify. Egi is from another of my Matangalis from Tavua Level Village in Tavua. She has been singing and performing for over 10 years before releasing her debut album titled Nongudondomo Vo in October of 2020. Her music is available also for purchase or for streaming on digital platforms like Serenade Fiji on VT-Cart, iTunes Store, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and as well as Spotify. Please welcome our local artists this afternoon singing for us our theme song on ageism.
When I look at you, I see you. When I look at you, I see you. Little one, do you know who you are inside? What is the language of your tears when you cry? What breaks you, it breaks me. What makes you, it makes me human. Reach across the divide. Don't be blind, let's unite. Reach across the divide. Don't be blind, let's unite. 'Cause when I look at you, I see me. When I look at you, I see me. Hear our voice amidst the shadow and all the noise. A cry goes out, a beat of a soul. Yeah, you know. It's time to come together in this fight. Place your hand in mine, unified. Break down the walls, you and I. Let's build a safe and nurturing space to foster love, bring life to this place. Create a better world, you and I. We are one and the same. Bound together, one race. You reach across the divide. Don't be blind, let's unite. Reach across the divide. Don't be blind, let's unite. 'Cause when I look at you, I see me. 'Cause when I look at you, I see me. Intergenerational solidarity. Stand with me. Stand with me. Intergenerational solidarity. Stand with me. Oh, stand with me. Intergenerational solidarity. Stand with me. Stand with me. Intergenerational solidarity. Stand with me. Stand with me. Human reach across the divide. Don't be blind, let's unite. Reach across the divide. Don't be blind, let's unite. All right, so I'm gonna ask a favor from the students and everyone that's gathered here. I know that here in the Pacific we can all sing, so I'm gonna ask you to help us sing the chorus, right? Human. I want this to be an interactive experience, right? So your key is human, right? Join in on the next loop. So you're just gonna be doing human, right? Ready? To join me, please. Human. Stronger. Human. Beautiful. Stronger. Human. Perfect. Keep doing this. Right, we're gonna break off and do something else. Just stay with human. Nice. Stronger, stronger, please. We'll feed off of each other's energy, right? Ready? Strong. Reach across the divide, don't be blind, let's unite. Stronger. Reach across the divide, don't be blind, let's unite. Stronger. Reach across the divide, don't be blind, let's unite. Keep going. Reach across the divide, don't be blind, let's unite. Build. Push. Reach across the divide, don't be blind, let's unite. Last one. Reach across the divide, don't be blind, let's unite. 'Cause when I look at you, I see me. When I look at you, I see me. Nakavaleu.
Thank you very much. Another big round of applause for Xhosa. This afternoon. I'm now going to invite the Pacific Youth Council representative, Mr. Ernest Gibson, to come forward and move the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Sorry, I can't hear myself. That's why I'm just checking. The last time I was here, I was like 12 and in Stella Maris, the school on the seawall, and we were doing our school concert and it was not this fancy. There was no aircon and it was hot and sticky and sweaty, but this is a much more pleasant experience for anybody that's had to do their school concert here. I think, Renata, we're about the same age, right? So it's we probably had the same experience. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. I feel like we've greeted everybody in the super formal way enough. And my job is to really come here and share a word of thanks. One of the most rewarding but daunting tasks is to convey appreciation. Simply put, to say thank you. Because you can either do the blanket thank you and say, yeah, thanks everybody, and not do it justice. Or you can try and name each and every human and institution that's kind of put a little bit of wind in your sail. The unfortunate part about doing it that way is we tend to forget people. So I'm going to try and land somewhere in the middle. I'd like to use my time to tell you a very short story. And it's the story of two Pacific Island women who are often considered to be the mamas of the Pacific Youth Council. These two are Tarasilla Bradberg and Vivian Costa. So if anyone went to St. Joseph's maybe 20 years ago, you might have been taught by Vivian. But I'm guessing the St. Joseph students in the auditorium today probably are a little bit younger. But these women are what you might call youth adjacent or slightly out of the youth age bracket. They don't fall into the official age for youth, but they've dedicated their lives to ensuring that young people like us have access to opportunities, have spaces to talanoa, have the freedom to dream our wildest dreams, and most importantly, the audacity to dare to achieve these dreams. You might be wondering, why is this long-haired, funny-looking fella talking to us about this? These two kind of slightly older women. And the answer is simple. It's because the answer is that they've empowered and supported young people their entire lives. And so to ensure that young people remain supported, remain empowered, is not the job for just you and I in this room. It's also the job for the people that are sitting up here with the Salusalus. It's the job for the people that sit in parliaments across the world. It's the job for our parents who are at home. It's the job of everybody. And our success, not just as young people, but as societies, is dependent entirely on our ability to work together. Now, for the thank you part of the vote of thanks. To the parents and guardians that work their butts off every single day to ensure that there's a safe environment for the children in their care, to ensure that their children have food, to ensure that their children make their way to school, to ensure that they are helping their children with the last minute homework that they always seem to never do. I've had a 7-month-old in my house for the last week, and I have to take my hat off and probably my entire hair off to any parent that does that, because it is tiring. To the families that band together to fill in gaps and act as caregivers, because sometimes bad things happen in this life and we need to find ways of helping each other out. To the employers that see young people as investments and not burdens. To those that go into bat for us when we apply for jobs that others think we're too young to have. Importantly, to the young people in and outside of this room that show up, talk truth to power, that support each other, that share their lunch at lunchtime, and find ways of ensuring that they never shut up when they're told to shut up and sit down and look pretty in their uniform. To the young people that are labeled as annoying or grumpy or troublemakers, this thank you is for you. This thank you is for each and every one of us, because without all of us, intergenerational solidarity would merely be pretty words on a banner, and that's not what we want it to be. So thank you very much.
Ernest. I'm now going to call upon Mr. Brian Chironde and Semi Tale Vavalangi to escort our chief guest and our UN dignitaries for our photo session, and down to the first row over here. And I'm going to ask members of the media to take our pictures this afternoon. And of course, it's all about the young people in the audience this afternoon. Can we have some music while our guests are taking their places for our photo session? Could we have the lights on? Right. Okay, can we have everyone standing? Sorry, guys. That's right. Our photographers want to get this right. Can we have everyone upstanding? Thank you. And we're going to ask our VIPs to take a step forward. Right. Thank you. There we go. Yeah. Can we have St. Joseph's can move forward and stand behind them? A bit closer to close that gap. And Ballantyne too, please come forward. We can have extras to fill in the middle. And everyone on the sides to move in. I'm being directed here. Sorry, not my fault, blame them. Move closer to the center on the aisles. Yes, everyone on the side, so we can get everyone in the frame. Everyone on this side, move to the aisle as close as you can. And okay, we don't want those empty seats. I'm just echoing what they told me. Can we fill up the empty seats? Yes, that's right. Just move one seat forward or two. Come on, boys. Konikwila. Closer, closer. Okay. We're going to have one formal and one informal. Closer, closer. Can we not see any red? Just move forward. Everyone just move forward, and then after this you can go back to your seats. Our formalities are over. After this, we're going to enjoy some entertainment. And we've got 3 items in store for you before our VIPs tour the booths and the rest of the building. And on that note, just remember, it's Friday, and I know a lot of you have completed your exams. There's a program this evening at 6 o'clock here. It's an entertainment program. Okay, so you have nothing to do tonight. Please come back at 6. Thank you, Vinaka. Tosomai, tosomai. Toso viti toso.
Check.
Okay, remember 2 shots, one formal and one informal. Okay, are you ready? This is the formal one. You can smile. Okay, informal.
Let's go. Hey,
Vinaka Magalevu, please take your seats.
youth is sad eyes. Don't be discouraged or realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of everyone, and the darkness inside you can make see your true light shining through. I see your colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, like a rainbow. Show me a smile then. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this one makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, just call me up, 'cause you know I will be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you. Don't be afraid.
Thank you very much. A big round for Chosa. Vinaka Magalevu. We now enter our entertainment segment this afternoon. Our first item this afternoon is by the Mata Dance Group. Yes, big round of applause. They are a hip-hop dance company based in Suva, Fiji, and they are passionate. They're passionate about the development of the hip-hop dance scene in Fiji and creating further opportunities in this industry. This, however, does not exclude them from exploring other genres of dance in the process. And this piece is a depiction of this year's theme, intergenerational solidarity, creating a world for all ages. Please welcome the Mata Dance Group.
Kadimai vale andimbuan romo rangone alewan Domai gondo miri alangi langi ni uda miri lele miri alangi langi ni uda miri lele miri alangi langi ni uda miri le miri Kadimai vale andimbuan romo rangone alewan Domai gondo miri alangi langi ni uda miri lele miri alangi langi ni uda miri lele miri alangi langi ni uda miri le miri Pasitaki mai na wanga totolo melai usai. Andikina songo lutu alangi langi di uda. Lutu lelea lutu alangi langi di uda. Lutu lelea lutu alangi langi di uda. Lutu le, lutu le, lutu. Pasitaki mai na wanga totolo melai usai. Andikina songo lutu alangi langi di uda. Lutu lelea lutu alangi langi di uda. Lutu lelea lutu alangi langi di uda. Lutu le, lutu le, lutu.
Lua te tai, lua te vai. Lua te moana. Lua tai. Lua tai. Luna, luna, luna. Hua vai, hua vai, hua tai, uma que ne, kena, kena, ilunga, uma, ilunga. Hua tai. Hua tai. Yuna, yuna. Lua. Lua te vai. Lua te vai. Tai lua. O lua te vai. Te moana. Ilunga lua. Ilunga lua. Lua.
Another big round of applause for the Dance Mata group. Our next item this afternoon is by a year 12 student who is a person with disability and she attends St. Joseph's Secondary School. Here is a short video to introduce her to us this afternoon.
Music, she just hears, you know, she doesn't play from chords, she just hears and she plays. That's a gift, that's a rare gift. And to have that gift and to bring that with her, then this is the space, the school, to enhance that gift. And that's going to help her a lot with her own personal journey, confidence, self-esteem, being interactive and communication. Because of her music, people are drawn to her. So she's able to communicate through music and then also to meet more and more people. And that in itself will just continue to build her as a person.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Naomi Lewakita, Year 12, St. Joseph's Secondary School.
As I struggle,
Thank you. Let's give her another big round of applause. Naomi Lewakita, Year 12 of St. Joseph's Secondary School. Vinakavakalevu. And our final item this afternoon, before our VIPs go and tour the booths this afternoon, is from the Tongan Students Association at the University of the South Pacific. They will be performing a Tongan war dance. Please make welcome USP's Tongan Students Association. Malie. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to the Tonga Students Association of USP. Vinakavakalevu. And now, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, to conclude our program this afternoon, I'm going to invite the UNAIDS Country Director, Ms. Renata Ram, to come forward and deliver the closing remarks.
To the chief guest, the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Ayaz Said Kayum, distinguished delegates, our young people who we celebrate here today, UN colleagues and friends. It is my privilege to be here representing UNAIDS. This is the joint UN program on HIV/AIDS, here in celebration of a very important day, which we should be celebrating every day, which is International Youth Day. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of the UN family and partners of today's event for your presence here. It is indeed my pleasure to be making a few closing remarks. Today, we heard from passionate, committed leaders who recognize the importance of investing in young people and using an intergenerational approach to creating a world for all ages. In closing today's official program, I'd like to reflect on some key messages. Firstly, the world is home to more young people now than at any time in history. So demographically speaking, young people are the most vital and key population in stirring any developmental progress. Young people are essentially the architects and builders of the future of our world. Today in the world, we are now facing the aftermath of one of the greatest challenges of our time. This is COVID-19. Unfortunately, those affected the most are young people, and many of you here today have experienced this over the last 2 years. While the direct health impacts of the virus on young people have been less than on other age groups, the disruption caused by the pandemic have disproportionately higher and longer term impacts on all of you. The global pandemic has led to disruptions to the education system and unemployment levels among young people. These disruptions have had domino effects on the mental health and well-being of young people and has aggravated a multitude of many other socioeconomic challenges, including human rights violation and domestic abuse. Despite these challenges and the negative stereotypes associated with young people continue to demonstrate resilience and agility through voluntary service and community-based interventions. The creativity and innovation of young people should take center stage in shaping the discussions on how we build back better in response to COVID-19. How we take the lessons learned from the pandemic will help us be stronger and better prepared for the next crisis, which is the climate emergency that is an everyday reality for us in the Pacific, as was emphasized by the AG in his address today. The last 2 years has shown us the importance of good health. And as the representative of UNAIDS, it is my duty to remind you about the importance of your sexual health. Accessing accurate health information for health protection and knowing one's health status. For young people, sexual and reproductive health is often an area of neglect, which during our youth needs the most attention. With challenges of HIV and STIs in the Pacific, I encourage you all to know your HIV status. How many of you in the room here know your HIV status? And well, if you don't, you have the opportunity to get tested today and gather information on your sexual health. Today, you have the opportunity to do so, and you can visit the lower hall. We have doctors from the Ministry of Health. We're also running many sessions on sexual reproductive health, which will run till 7 p.m. this afternoon. You need to empower yourself, and you need to know your health status and arm yourself with life-saving information. When you have this, you know you're in this right step to good health. And my last message is actually a challenge. The UN believes that young people should not be bystanders on decisions that affect them. Young people need to be empowered and need to be included in policy making. This is non-negotiable. You, as a young person, need to demand this space, especially on decisions that affect you and your well-being. Doing so will help create a better world for all ages. So you make sure, as Ernest said in his speech, your voices are heard, but most importantly, make your voices count. That power is within your reach. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon, and we hope you can partake in the many activities we have planned and services that are available to you for this International Youth Day. Vinaka Vakalevu, Dhanyavad, and Poexia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Renata Ram. That concludes our program this afternoon. I'm now going to ask Brian and Semi Talemei-Vavalangi to escort our chief guest and the UN dignitaries to tour the booths and for some light refreshments this afternoon. Thank you very much. Mr. Brian Chironde is the UNFPA Pacific Youth Specialist, and Mr. Semi Talemei-Vavalangi is the Research Officer, Population and Development. If the two gentlemen could escort our chief guest and our UN dignitaries to the booths downstairs for a short tour and some light refreshments. For the rest of us, this is not the end. We have workshops running in the lower auditorium. The Talanoa session on intergenerational solidarity in addressing societal issues. And also we have a workshop on public speaking by Ignite for Change. That's all being held downstairs. You need to register for these sessions and there's limited space available. That's happening right now till 6 o'clock. However, at 6 this evening, if you don't have anything to do this evening at 6 o'clock, some of the entertainment that you've seen this afternoon will take place here. There's a program on this this evening at 6 o'clock. So if you don't have anywhere to go, come along and enjoy some entertainment from the various groups that will be performing for us this evening. Also happening downstairs right now is the Sex Ed O'Clock by UNAIDS, as mentioned by Renata. That's where you can get tested for HIV and other things as well. I think the Ministry of Health representatives are downstairs as well. So thank you very much for paying attention this afternoon. I know it's a little bit difficult to listen to speeches on and off, but I'm so proud of all of you. And I know you have been inspired by some of the words that were shared by our guests this evening. I now would like to ask you to enjoy some great music from Chosa and Aggie. Am I right? Okay, Seb. And enjoy your afternoon. Thank you very much for coming. And thank you for all the schools present here. Vinaka Vakalevu, have a safe weekend. Bye for now.
Hola, my name is Mithila Falke and I'm the captain of the Fiji Anandra. This Friday on the 12th of August is International Youth Day. Join me and UNFPA Pacific at the Suva Civic Center at 2 p.m. as we celebrate this remarkable day. See you there and happy International Youth Day to you all.
Bill. kama maroro ya webei na una. Salu salu ribulani tipo mara webei kamini. Ramiriku nave matanda lirosi. Ay mamoni kemoni. Behirai, behirai, mamulai. Masamai, ini aku semai. I'll see you guys at 6. Okay, we'll end with Amania then. Yeah, everyone, okay, Lungo. Sukamoy oh. Namu
Stand up, let's go. It's okay. If you guys sit there, they will ask for more songs. Get on the stage.
Aisha, and I'm currently studying BA LLB in University of the South Pacific.
University of the South Pacific?
Yes.
You're to get smart. Get all that free. All right. I'm sorry. Can I just quickly ask you a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
What is your message for the young people in light of the International Youth Day?
All right. First of all, I'm really grateful that we are having this platform right now. And right now, I would take this opportunity to call all the youths to get engaged in programs like this, to get more involved in current critical situations that we are facing, so that they can voice out their opinions and they can get involved right now. Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah. You sound like you're part of the youth group. So are you part of any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people today?
Yes. Yeah, actually I'm a part of a lot of youth organizations right now, but I'll say I'm part of Ignite for Change and Western Youth Empire. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So, at the end of today's event,
yeah,
what would you say that you could share to the rest of us that you have learned from today's celebration?
We have different sessions for today's event. So one thing I would like to share that I'm going to learn from today's event is that as a youth advocate, I would say I'm going to learn how to be more vocal on several issues. So yeah, I think that is what I'm going to take back. Yeah,
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you
out
so
your
much.
time.
Yeah,
Nakmara
yeah.
Lebo,
Thank you.
and,
Yeah.
have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Pulvinaka, are you enjoying today's event?
Yeah, very much.
Do you have any idea what we are celebrating today?
We're celebrating National Youth
International Youth Day.
International.
Awesome. High five together. All right. So, is it okay with you if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Cool. Are you part of any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people today?
Yeah, I'm in many of the organizations, and I'm part of Alliance Young, really? Alliance for Future Generation, I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Have you been involved with that youth network for a long time?
Not a very long time.
But
Yeah.
you have been engaged.
Yeah.
Awesome, that's beautiful. What have you learned from today's celebration?
What I've learned is that small minds can make a difference.
I think I should make that up. That's a beautiful one. So, do you have any message for the young people that's tuning in right now?
My message is that don't think that you are too small or too young that you can make a difference with whatever you can.
Powerful message. Thank you so much for taking out your time to answer a couple of questions, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Nabalebo. Pulavinaka, please introduce yourself.
Bulavinaka, my name is Chris. I'm from Vanuatu. This is my my 6th year in Fiji. I'm doing my master's in information system. I'm happy to be here in Civic Center in Suva today. The celebration for National Youth Day.
Thank you very much for your. Get right into the questions. What is your message for young people in light of the International Youth Day?
Right. Basically, as today globally, many of the youths they're thinking like they're left out. So, for my opinion, I believe what organizing committee or TCS event is to bring all the youths together. Sorry, all the youths together to believe in themselves that they're still part of the community or the society. Like they can do like do anything they want. They must be entrepreneurship. They can do what they want in the like the long run of what they or which background they came from.
Thank you for your answer. Do you participate in any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people of today?
To be honest, I never joined any youth club or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a whole new experience
Yes,
for you.
right. This is like my yes.
So, would you like to share with the young people that's watching what you have learned from today's celebration?
From today's celebration, I feel like I enjoy today, and I'm glad to see many youth around Suva from the nearby villages or nearby town they came to Suva. It's like I feel I was happy because it from the back of my mind it shows that youth are really trying their best to know what it should be or what they should do for their own living instead of like hanging around doing bad stuff.
Wonderful. I thank you so much for taking out your time to answer a few questions of mine. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event today, and hopefully we come to Vanuatu to celebrate another International Youth Day
Of
like
course,
this.
exactly. Thank you so much for having me.
Kinakabalim.
Thank you.
is Aisha, and I'm currently studying BA LLB in University of the South Pacific.
University of the South Pacific?
Yes.
You get smart. Get all the three. All right. I'm sorry. Can I just quickly ask you a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
What is your message for the young people in light of the International Youth Day?
All right. First of all, I'm really grateful that we are having this platform right now. And right now, I would take this opportunity to call all the youths to get engaged in programs like this, to get more involved in current critical situations that we are facing, so that they can voice out their opinions and they can get involved right now. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
You sound like you're part of the youth group. So are you part of any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people today?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I'm a part of a lot of youth organizations right now, but I'll say I'm part of Ignite for Change and Western Youth Empire. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So at the end of today's event,
yeah,
what would you say that you could share to the rest of us that you have learned from today's celebration?
Yeah, we have different sessions for today's event. So one thing I would like to share that I'm going to learn from today's event is that as a youth advocate, I would say I'm going to learn how to be more vocal on several issues. So yeah, I think that is what I'm going to take back. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
And,
Yeah.
have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Pulvinaka, are you enjoying today's event?
Yeah, very much.
Do you have any idea what we are celebrating today?
We're celebrating National Youth
International Youth Day.
Awesome.
High five to that one. All right. So, is it okay with you if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Cool. Are you part of any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people today?
Yeah, I'm in many of the organizations, and I'm part of Alliance Young, really? Alliance for Future Generation, I'm sorry, yeah.
That's great. Have you been involved with that youth network for a long time?
Not a very long time. Yeah.
You have been engaged.
Yeah.
Awesome, that's beautiful. What have you learned from today's celebration?
What I've learned is that small minds can make a difference.
I think I should make that up. That's a beautiful one. So, do you have any message for the young people that's tuning in right now?
My message is that don't think that you are too small or too young that you can make a difference with whatever you can.
Powerful message. Thank you so much for taking up your time to answer a couple of questions, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Napalebo. Pulavinaka, please introduce yourself.
Bulavinaka, my name is Chris. I'm from Vanuatu. This is my my 6th year in Fiji. I'm doing my master's in information system. I'm happy to be here in Civic Center in Suva today to join the celebration for National Youth Day.
Thank you very much for your introduction. So we'll get right into the questions. What is your message for young people in light of the International Youth Day?
Right. Basically, as today globally, many of the youths they're thinking like they're left out. So, for my opinion, I believe what organizing committee or TCS event is to bring all the youths together. Sorry, all the youths together to believe in themselves that they're still part of the community or the society. Like they can do like do anything they want. They must be entrepreneurship. They can do what they want in the like the long run of what they, or which background they came from.
Thank you for your answer. Do you participate in any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people of today?
To be honest, I never joined any youth club or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a whole new experience
Yes,
for you.
right. This is like my,
basically.
yes.
So would you like to share with the young people that's watching what you have learned from today's celebration?
From today's celebration, I feel like I enjoy today, and I'm glad to see many youth around Suva from the nearby villages or nearby town they came to Suva. It's like I feel I was happy because it from the back of my mind it shows that youth are really trying their best to know what it should be or what they should do for their own living instead of like hanging around doing bad stuff.
Wonderful. I thank you so much for taking out your time to answer a few questions of mine. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event today, and hopefully we come to Vanuatu to celebrate another International Youth Day
Of
like
course,
this.
exactly. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aisha and I'm currently studying BA LLB in University of the South Pacific.
University of the South Pacific?
Yes.
You get smart. Get all the three. All right. I'm sorry. Can I just quickly ask you a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
What is your message for the young people in light of the International Youth Day?
All right. First of all, I'm really grateful that we are having this platform right now. And right now I would take this opportunity to call all the youths to get engaged in programs like this, to get more involved in current critical situations that we are facing, so that they can voice out their opinions and they can get involved right now. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
You sound like you're part of the youth group. So are you
Yeah.
part of any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people today?
Yes, yeah. Actually, I'm a part of a lot of youth organizations right now, but I'll say I'm part of Ignite for Change and Western Youth Empire. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So at the end of today's event,
Yeah.
what would you say that you could share to the rest of us that you have learned from today's celebration?
Yeah, we have different sessions for today's event. So one thing I would like to share that I'm going to learn from today's event is that as a youth advocate, I would say I'm going to learn how to be more vocal on several issues. So yeah, I think that is what I'm going to take back. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you
out
so
your
much.
time.
Yeah.
Nakwana
Yeah.
Levels,
Thank you.
and,
Yeah.
have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Pulvinaka, are you enjoying today's event?
Yeah, very much.
Do you have any idea what we are celebrating today?
We're celebrating National Youth
International Youth Day.
International.
Awesome. High five together. All right. So, is it okay with you if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Cool. Are you part of any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people today?
Yeah, I'm in many of the organizations, and I'm part of Alliance Young, really? Alliance for Future Generation, I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Have you been involved with that youth network for a long time?
Not a very long time.
But
Yeah.
You have been engaged.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's beautiful. What have you learned from today's celebration?
What I've learned is that small minds can make a difference.
I think I should make that up. That's a beautiful one. So, do you have any message for the young people that's tuning in right now?
My message is that don't think that you are too small or too young that you can make a difference with whatever you can.
Powerful message. Thank you so much for taking out your time to answer a couple of questions, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Napalevo. Pulavinaka, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris. I'm from Vanuatu. This is my my 6th year in Fiji. I'm doing my master's in information system. I'm happy to be here in Civic Center in Suva today to join the celebration for National Youth Day.
Thank you very much for your introduction. So we'll get right into the questions. What is your message for young people in light of the International Youth Day?
Right. Basically, as today globally, many of the youths they're thinking like they're left out. So, for my opinion, I believe what organizing committee or PCS event is to bring all the youths together. Sorry, all the youths together to believe in themselves that they're still part of the community or the society. Like they can do like do anything they want. They must be entrepreneurship. They can do what they want in the long run of what they, or which background they came from.
Thank you for your answer. Do you participate in any youth network advocating for the issues and challenges faced by the young people of today?
To be honest, I never joined any youth club or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a whole new experience
Yes,
for you.
right. This is like my,
Dave.
yes.
So would you like to share with the young people that's watching what you have learned from today's celebration?
From today's celebration, I feel like I enjoy today, and I'm glad to see many youth around Suva from the nearby villages or nearby town they came to Suva. It's like I feel I was happy because it from the back of my mind it shows that youth are really trying their best to know what it should be or what they should do for their own living instead of like hanging around doing bad stuff.
Wonderful. I thank you so much for taking out your time to answer a few questions of mine. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event today, and hopefully we come to Vanuatu to celebrate another International Youth Day
Of
like
course,
this.
exactly. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Enado Nachapedi, Pura Landa Jumakeda. What to do? Oh, come on, daddy. Oh, come on, daddy. Oh, get to Didi. Oh, come on, daddy. And lady, to carry, make up to carry, and grassy party, to carry, to make me tidy, Victoria, to carry biggie baby, pura la to makera, to carry biggie baby, pura la to makera, eta dona chapedi, pura la to makera, to carry biggie baby, pura London to makera. Could you what to do? Oh, Gamundari, Patangi Varaki, do I want to do it? Oh, Gamundari, Hilary Chaladi, to carry, make up the carry, and crazy panegi, to make it tiny, Victoria, and the biggie belly, pura Otadona Chapeli, pura London to Makeda, to Candy Biggie Belly, pura London to Makeda, Onadona Chapeli, pura London to Makeda. Well, we hope we did justice to that song, and that is just our version. Oh, I love you too. Oh, kuna urole kurang. Dia. Wait, just before I go on to sing for another number, can we just have a big round of applause to the band? They were signaling to me for me to stop the song, but I just kept on going.
You should be able to hear me now. Sorry, I'm an embarrassment to my generation. I don't know how to use technology very well. Hi, everyone. My name is Ernest, and tonight I'll be emceeing this kind of portion of the program. Thank you. I think I'm a little bit taller than the previous presenter. And I mean, my job is simple. emceeing is a fancy way of saying thank you to the act that just performed, and then saying, now you're next. So hopefully you will see very little of me and hear very little of my voice. But I will now hand over to the fantastic band to start us off with one last kicker number as we're starting the fun part of the program. Not that the formal bit wasn't fun, but this is going to be a little bit more fun, let's hope. So I'm going to hand over to the capable hands of the band, and we'll get started. Thank you very much.
You're the one that fall again. Baby, this is different.
much, Aggie and co. Aggie is, when I sing to myself in the shower, I think I look and sound as cool as Aggie does, and then I witness her live and I realize that I'm brought right back down to reality. But you are excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we need another round of applause for Aggie. So we now have heard from one fantastic, cool, young, hip singer, and I think we should keep the momentum going and pass it over to another young, cool, hip woman, Fiji. And I'm happy to hand over to Ms. Bitila Tawake, who's going to open us up formally tonight before we start seeing the rest of the performances. Bitila plays rugby, so I know she's going to get to the stage really quickly. But yeah, over to you, Bitila.
Members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, my fellow youths, ladies and gentlemen, Bula vinaka, and good evening to you all. It gives me great pleasure to say a few words this evening to mark this special day, International Youth Day. I'd also like to thank UNFPA Pacific for allowing me to come here and say a few words to you, to my fellow youths. Tonight, I'll be speaking on two main key points, which is why are youths important and how do youths make a difference in our community. Why are youths important? Youths are important because they are the future of tomorrow. Youths are important because they are agents of change and progress. Youths are important because they play important roles in our socio-economic. Youths are important because they build social relationships and develop a personality that defines a generation. Youths are important because they are positive influences to our younger generation. So throughout, as you've all heard, that we won the Super W Championship in Australia. So we didn't expect for it to be this big when we came back home to see those, the number of supporters and people, especially young girls and youth as well, to inspire them to join rugby and see the increase in rugby participation has been a huge impact for everyone. Yeah, it's coming back home. We never expected it to be this big. Practically everyone in the team is a celebrity, and everywhere you go, they'll be like, "Oh, Fiji and Raw." But then it's also it's a good change for women's rugby, setting this huge platform and changing people's ideas of what women can do in rugby. So moving on to my next. How youths make a difference in society. It can either be volunteering, community engagements, and civic responsibility. And leading on to that is how to be a youth. I've set out four key points. And the first one is being responsible. Being a youth, you have to be responsible. There's this biggest issue that we face in Pacific communities, and that's teenage pregnancy. Being in your youth, I think you should just enjoy life and live it to the fullest. So maybe you could live that part of teenage pregnancy. I mean, you'll eventually become a mom and be a parent, but then for myself, my dad always said that it's good to enjoy your youth and live it to your best. Enjoy school, do what you want to do, but enjoy your youth right now, because there's more to life than just being a pregnant or a single mom. Because enjoy. What am I doing? I'm living my best life, playing rugby And I've put school on pause because I want to pursue this dream of becoming a rugby player, but it also has a stigma, and it hasn't been easy for everyone in the team, but we're trying our best to go to the World Cup and win it. My advice to youths tonight would to always be true to yourself. It's okay to not have it together now, but eventually you'll have it together later in life. Be kind to yourself, and yes, naka, magalevu, naka.
I think we can do a little bit better than that. My favorite thing about seeing Bitila come up here is she walked up the stairs and she went, as if this was the scariest thing that she's ever done. I've seen you on the rugby field. I'm scared of you. But I mean, you're incredible to see you on TV and then to see you here tonight demonstrating such humility. And then I think the thing that you said right at the end sums it up beautifully. Be kind to yourself, enjoy your youth, and be kind to others. And I think that this is a fantastic way to start this evening's program. We now have another performance by the USP Samoan Student Association. We don't even know what they look like yet, and everybody's going cycle. But anyway, I open the stage to the Samoan Student Association. We might need to save the excitement just a wee bit, because I think we're going to move to the Vanuatu Student Association first, and then we'll circle back. Thank you very much.
Alex, terus.
Oh, beautiful South Pacific boundaries lying in a time. If I get fire, Pacific Ocean, far and close. United by our airways, I said against tens of culture, we are yes, we are one South Pacific boundaries. We are yes, we are one South Pacific boundaries. Cook Island, Fiji, Kiribati, New Caledonia. Niue, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Tahiti. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Even custom, dances and race, even languages. We are one to the Pacific face of life, and our smile. We gather together for our future and our economic growth. We are, yes, we are one South Pacific boundaries. We are, yes, we are one South Pacific boundaries. Cook Island, Fiji, Kiribati, New Caledonia. Niue, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Tahiti. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Cook Island, Fiji, Kiribati, New Caledonia. Niue, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Tahiti. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Western Samoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have another round of applause for the VSA, please? I was trying to figure out where I could fit if I was to join the band. And I thought, oh, you know what? I reckon I could hold the flag. And then I saw how much he was moving and I realized I have zero upper body strength. So I probably wouldn't be able to do that either. I can see Aggie is recording, but Aggie, I'm going to have to pass back over to you and the band very soon. So we're going to welcome you for another number now, if that's okay. Isa Mama and Borotukula are two of my favorite songs. I'm just saying you don't have to play those songs, but you can if you want to.
Just because you've said it already, I will sing it. They will play it. We will play it for you. And I'm forgetting everybody else in the auditorium tonight. Dawara keciko anti nangelak ngamay. Apologies, our drummer just had to visit the loo, eh? Just for your information, ako turangan ni Longani, may telem. So nabito mo chunga. Song that's in my album that I dropped last 2 years ago.
Thank you so much. Could we have another round of applause for Beyonce? I mean, Aggie, sorry. You know, Beyonce can't even perform as long as her band's not here. One of her band members had to use the bathroom and Beyonce couldn't even perform. So also a round of applause for the band and the backup, please. So the next performance, I promised you that I'm going to try and talk as little as possible. The next performances will be performed by the same National Youth Band. So if you could please put your hands together for the National Youth Band, and they'll take over the next two parts of the program. Thank you.
Indian, thank you. It's fast.
चौक चांदनी चौधरी ढाबा रात दिन यहाँ शोर शराबा चौक चांदनी चौधरी ढाबा रात दिन यहाँ शोर शराबा मस्त कीजिए इरादा चाहिए नान या रोटी चाहिए नान या रोटी मंगा लो राम कसम कष्ट हो जाए थोड़ी बिरयानी बुखारी थोड़ी फिर नल्ली निहारी ले आओ आज धर्म भ्रष्ट हो जाए किचन से आवाज चिकन कुकड़ू को तेरी भूख का इलाज चिकन कुकड़ू को यही कहता है आज चिकन कुकड़ू को खाली पेट का इलाज चिकन कुकड़ू को पेट में ठेस लगी चूहों की रेस लगी गला सूखे कुएं का पंप हुआ गुड़ 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 बोलता हर अंग हुआ खैर तन में है भूकंप हुआ लाओ कोफ्ता लाओ कोरमा लाओ शोरबा लाओ शर्मा सारे उपवास भले नष्ट हो जाए थोड़ी बिरयानी बुखारी थोड़ी फिर नल्ली निहारी ले आओ आज धर्म भ्रष्ट हो जाए किचन से आवाज चिकन कुकड़ू को तेरी भूख का इलाज चिकन कुकड़ू को यही करना है आज चिकन कुकड़ू को खाली पेट का इलाज चिकन कुकड़ू को
Now I'm coming up, walking with my tail between my legs. I was mistaken slightly. I do have to introduce the second performance, so please re-welcome the Fiji National Youth Band. Could we have another round of applause for both performances? Thank you. Only in this part of the world will somebody walk on stage in the middle of a performance, crash the performance, and then be welcomed with open arms and smiling faces. I think everywhere else in the world, they'll kick you off the stage and they'll call security. No, but it's excellent. And I'm really glad to see that there's an enormous amount of audience participation. I can see that the band is looking very comfortable, and I'm very sorry to say, but we're going to have to solicit your services one more time. So I'm going to ask if we can have one more performance from the band, please. I think we can try that clap one more time, just so we can get Aggie off of her seat. Thank you. Is everyone back from the bathroom? Or?
Yeah. All right. Good evening, everyone. I did this song earlier today for a different crowd, so I'm sure this is a new set of crowds, and I got several requests as I was walking in, so we're gonna do Amani again. All right, so get your dancing feet ready. Tailebu, wenimbuka, wenifaya tunga. Urna maolik, Sotoniko na limbu wat kinakai kambani the China. All right, ready? Let's go. Come on. Let's have fun, eh? Let's go. Hey. Waini bukatai lebu naya sana nai lengan natikin nam kawa au na dipial nanta boleh takas sot amuri manuke nandita nai lengawa lebu amita donro tikira tuna waini bukatiba kata makaba kadiri lolo manina sot Amania, Amania, la que vale, la que te liba, va de toda la suave, dando ánimo en la vida. Oh, nani mekenai kuri. Nasuka unake mamita buti. Andua, oh iyon muri. Isure ikina bea sana. Oh yang lima yung may saraba. Ama apulis ke ngai suka ai suka. Andua mo arana no mubate. Amania, oh my Amania. Kakemale, oh ngala kitiliwa. Wari boran mas warira. Nandua wari mukano diva. Maria, oh my Maria. Kakemale, oh ngala kitiliwa. Wari boran mas warira. Nandua wari mukano diva. Que mami sasuka muli alotu meken mai lotua langore ke na dua marget itu na dari mandua pada dulu saka kindelani yamu yaone masumana be asana kolo mami konina ne mami saka dua ke mani Amania, Amania, Akemale, Ongala kitiliwa, wariba wambas wariba, adua ibukalia. Amania, Akemale, Ongala kitiliwa, wariba wambas wariba, adua ibukalia.
Can we have another round of applause for the band, please? Now, I know that this crowd is slightly older than the crowd that we had this morning, and can remember what this place looked like when it had the vinyl seats that were kind of ripped up and the front didn't look quite as fancy as this floor here. So I don't know why everybody was so shy and dancing right at the back corner over there when they could have come right here. I think you've had your fair share of the stage, man. But I'm just saying, I'm not encouraging anything, but I'm saying if you feel the need and the spirit moves you, there's enough space for you to come and dance nearby here. So the next item on the program, I've been told to give minimal instructions. It is the fashion show, so please enjoy.
Fashion Week 2008 to 2022. 15 years in the making, 15 years as a premier fashion event in the Pacific, 15 years as a peak body and facilitator connecting Fijian designers to the global world of fashion. Fiji Fashion Week, the peak industry platform, succeeds by continuing to innovate in the way we present our event and runways, always bringing something exciting and new to designers and consumers. We focus on providing access to education, support, and opportunities for our number one priority, the designers. With the support of our sponsors, designers, and community, Fiji Fashion Week is invested in further growth of the local industry. We see these in 5 key words: sustain, culture, make, future, celebrate. Sustain our culture, make our future, celebrate it. Fiji Fashion Week's goals are to be sustainable for both the planet and economic outcomes, to preserve our cultural heritage expressed in making fashion that earns us a place in the global fashion industry.
Young cast, last, now everybody go to breakfast. You go bow for the result,
nothing to discuss. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt. I'm a me, I be a daughter. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the girl is out. My mind is really dark. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love. I know holy and I know they get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry yo. I need to go and shadow. 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 I did Patakot when them kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now so much to remake, the pain all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Fendi suit. Why you say I did nothing for you? If I do anything you want me to do, Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Fendi suit. Why you say I did nothing for you? If I do anything you want me to do, maybe another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. Young cast, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. I have to say bye-bye, yo. Bye-bye, yo. To the love of my life. My yo. Don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. 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 Young cast, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. Where's the drum?
Ooh, girl, you're shining like a Fifth Avenue diamond, and they don't make you like they used to. You're never going out of style. Ooh, pretty baby, this world might have gone crazy. The way you save me, who could blame me when I just wanna make you smile? I wanna do you like Michael, I wanna kiss you like Prince. Let's get it on like Marvin Gaye, like Hathaway. Write a song for you like this. You're over my head, I'm out of my mind, thinking I was cool in the wrong time. One of a kind, living in a world gone plastic. Baby, you're so classic. Baby, you're so classic. Baby, you're so classic. 4,000 roses, anything for you to notice. All the way to serenade you, doing it's not style. I'ma pick you up in a Cadillac like a gentleman, bring it glamour back, keep it real to real in the way I feel. I could walk you down the aisle. I wanna do you like Michael, I wanna kiss you like Prince. Let's get it on like Marvin Gaye, like Hathaway. Write a song for you like this. You're over my head, I'm out of my mind, thinking I was wrong in the wrong time. Let's start on rewind, everything is so throwback, yeah. I kinda
you're so classic. Baby, your class and baby's your sick. I never met a girl like you ever till we met. A star in the 40s, centerfold in the 50s. Got me tripping out like 60s, hippies. Queen of the discotheque. A 70s dream and an 80s best. Hepburn, Beyonce, Marilyn, Massive. Girl, you're timeless. Just so classy. Over my head, I'm on the wrong mind. Thinking I was wrong in the wrong time. It's love on rewind. Never even so cold package. I kinda like it how you on the road leave. Old school chic, like a movie star. From the silver screen, you're one of a kind. Living in a world gone plastic. Baby, you're so on my skin. Never love you, just see me in the beat. Kila mandale wale bunino kudondo. Boba kana me kila ete ngida na way no wrong. Just bring that beautiful body next to me right now. Hey, hombre, dale me matangu y se le diva. Don't walk it, don't try. You supposed to be try. Kilo come, me come, person my toe, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Connie Bajo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka, better, go get the dollar. Wake up. Kola, ala kouye, kola kouye la odila. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo kawolo shefu water. You feel when I'm mad. When I land softly on a sofa floor. So far so good. Koni bajo. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Let me bukao. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you. Let me see you. Don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to be fine.
It's Chris with the drama body. I'm in love with you. There's nothing I wouldn't do. Catch a bullet for you. As long as you want me to. I'm in love with you. kama zabe picha twazi twanga kisera posti insta wanga kwakera baada ya chani kimoko cause I just wanna let them know I'm African beauty African beauty mama African beauty you're my African beauty you're my African beauty ooh la 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 ooh la 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 round the world girl I've been looking for you I think I might just find you in Africa girl you know the sound when I come around lost you in the crowd girl pick up your crown yeah do it now do it now do it now do it now Pizitali kama konjera uba kama tanga segera koyoloka bakoko kutoka mazabe picha twazi twanga kisera poni isa twanga kwakera batajabi kemoko cause I just wanna dance and know African beauty African beauty mama African beauty you're my African beauty bembea takuletea African beauty oh love is what I see when I look into your eyes tiny cubo waga napona and you know I deserve to be the one that takes you high tumwili chumbali kila kona penzi talipamba ngojera uko kama tanga segera kwa vino vya paikoko kutoka mazabe picha twazi twanga kisera posti insta wanga kwakera baada ya chali kimoko cause I just wanna let them know I'm African beauty oh you're mine yes you're mine African beauty and your life with you there's nothing that wouldn't do get your blood for you as long as you want me to I'm in love with you there's nothing that wouldn't do get your green in for you as long as you want me to it's Chris with the drama guy
Isang Bulabinaka. Can I hear everyone say Happy International Youth Day? Woohoo! All right. Now let's please give a wonderful team from Fiji Fashion Week for their support for International Youth Day for 2022. Let's give them a round of applause. My name is Timisia Tuidaumia, and I am a men's stylist, fashion and lifestyle influencer, a mentor, and a fashion designer for the label Timisia.co. I have been given the opportunity to share with you all on this remarkable day that celebrates International Youth Day for 2022. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the world needs leverage, the full potential of all generations. Solidarity across generations is key for sustainable development. Ageism continues to present a significant, yet not sufficiently discussed, challenge to fostering collaboration and solidarity across age groups. The World Health Organization defines ageism as the stereotypes how we think. Can everyone say how we think? Prejudice, how we feel. Can everyone say how we feel? And discrimination, how we act. Can everyone say how we act? All right. Directed towards us or others around us based on age. Ageism is an insidious and often an unaddressed issue in health, human rights, and development, and has bearings on both older and younger populations around the world. In addition, ageism regularly intersects with other forms of bias, such as racism and sexism, and impacts people in ways that prevent them to reach their full potential and comprehensively contribute to their community. The Global Report on Ageism identifies intergenerational interventions as one of the 3 key strategies to address ageism. Intergenerational activities can also lead to a greater sense of social connectedness and strengthen intergenerational solidarity like what you saw tonight. Now, dear guests, I'd like to introduce to you our wonderful student designers, youth, ladies and gentlemen, and children. Please put your hands together for Amelia. Amelia, you there? Amelia. All right, Amelia had to sit for an exam today, so we're really proud of her for coming out and showing a collection even though she just came from an exam. Amelia's mentor was Florence. Can we give a round of applause for Florence? And now we have Manasseh. Let's give a round of applause for Manasseh. Come here, Florence. Oh, there's Amelia. Let's give them a round of applause. Hi, Manasseh. And of course, mentoring Manasseh was myself, Timisia. Next we have is Maureen. Let's give a round of applause for Maureen. Thank you, Maureen. And her mentor was and is Michael Mausio, who's not with us tonight, but we have his wonderful mother, Betty. Betty, are you here? Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Mohammed. Mohammed, let's give him a round of applause. Next, we have his mentor, who is Epeli Tuimbanga. Thank you, Epeli. All right. Now let's talk about what it all happens to organize a fashion show. Step 1, let's talk about budget. Pick a venue and theme. Step 2, the designers work on a storyboard. You must have seen it on your way in. Fiji Fashion Week had an area outside where everything was showcased, from storyboards to pattern making and so on and so forth. And next we have, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the dressmakers and the fabric printers. Thank you so much, dressmakers. Let's give them a round of applause. They never ever come on stage. It's always the designers and models. So please give these wonderful ladies a round of applause. They made what you have seen tonight. They've done an incredible job. All right. Okay, next we have the models. We couldn't do this show without the models. Let's give a round of applause to the models. Models. Oh, I think the models are tired from walking. And last but not least, we have, oh, there they are. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, models, for an amazing show tonight. All right, and step 5, the operations team. There's logistics, there's communications, PR, marketing, music, lighting, human resources, sound, IT, ticketing, and of course, a model mentor, where we're so blessed to have a wonderful friend from Russia who's joining us today. Let's give a round of applause to Fiji Fashion Week. Come on, Fiji Fashion Week. Now, you never see them too, because they're always behind curtains in the backstage, but it's so nice to have you out in the front so everyone can see you. We have Chris, who's the designer relations manager. You have Moy, marketing manager, and who's coordinating sound right now in the back somewhere there. Everyone shout out to Moy! Then we have Lidiana Moses, who's not here with us. She's here! Let's give her a round of applause! Yes! And our wonderful guest who's with us for the next 2 years, we have is Zelina, our model mentor. Can you please walk for us? We have to see something from Russia. Walk. Oh. And where am I? Oh, and of course, our incredible volunteers. You've probably seen them wearing Fiji Fashion Week t-shirts, walking around all in black. Can we please give them a round of applause? Because a lot of things happen that you don't see that they do for us, like get water, look after our garments so nothing gets stolen. And they're a big team and they're big. Oh, here they are. Thank you, John and Sam. We love you. Okay, to end this all, every age has a role to play, as you can see up here. It is a multidisciplinary approach that confirms the integrative nature of sustainability, and that creates a universal action plan that seeks to leave no one behind. Can I hear everyone say, no one behind? Oh, come on, Fiji, we're doing this for the Pacific. I gotta hear you. No one behind. All right. The goals tackled through fashion are: Goal 1, end of poverty. Goal 5, gender equality. Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. Goal 12, responsible production and consumption. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 14, life below water. Goal 15, life on land. Let's please give our team a round of applause again as we end this. Before you move on to your next segment, Fiji Fashion Week and I have decided to throw in a little Q&A with you. So if you have any questions that you might want to throw to any designers up here, the models, or to the Fiji Fashion Week team, please, we'd love to hear from you. Is there anyone in the room? Maybe models to be? No one behind. Anyone out there have any questions? Okay, if you're still thinking about it, make sure to find us on Instagram or on Facebook. You can find Fiji Fashion Week. You can find these remarkable designers and student designers, and reach out to us. We'd love to see how we can support you to join the fashion industry here in Fiji and the Pacific. From myself and the wonderful team that I have here from Fashion Week, and the models and designers, the mentors, and the seamstress. Oh, there's a lot of people that's involved. Let's please give themselves a round of applause. And Vinaka Vakalevu, have a wonderful International Youth Night. Lisa Mode.
Thank you very much, everybody. Could we have another round of applause for the Fiji Fashion Week team? About 5 years ago, I walked on a runway, and I have never done it again. And I saw how quickly they have to change, and I think I moved too slowly. I'm not going to go down the route of maybe I don't look like a model, but perhaps that's the truth. Our next act, I don't know if many of you in 2020, when COVID first hit, decided to take to TikTok and other social media accounts. I thought that I was going to be the next big TikToker. I was unsuccessful, so I've had to keep my day job. But there were some real success stories. These TikTokers that are going to perform the next part of the program found themselves online and have come together specifically for this event. So if we could put our hands together for our TikTokers. Thank you very much.
Your mic. Testing. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and youths present this evening. As we all know that the theme for this year's International Youth Day is intergenerational solidarity, creating a world of all ages, coordinating together the old and the young, and the old. Tonight, the TikTokers, youth advocates, will be performing a short drama based on the theme. The drama characters are as follows. We have Esala Seru Lewa Mama, well known as Ranandi Kewiti, not only on TikTok, but also across Fiji and around the globe. She is an LGBT advocate. She's the president and founder for Fijians for Change Initiative, a network that has assisted more than 800 youths and families that were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. She was also recognized and awarded as one of the Pacific change maker in Fiji. The next character is Dean Victor Wanganidakau, a youth advocate and currently a student pursuing Bachelor of Hospitality and Tourism Management at FNU Namaka campus. Our third character for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Senimilika Andi. She is a youth advocate and very involved in charity, engages most of her time in youth work. Our final character narrator for tonight is Leone Zain, a youth advocate currently pursuing his postgraduate diploma in public law in UniFiji, and also was recognized and awarded as one of Fiji's top 10 young Pacific changemaker in Fiji. Ladies and gentlemen, this short drama is about a young girl, high school dropout that seeks for employment to help her family cater for their family needs to ease the financial burden. This scene takes place at the village where Nina is from. She lives with her parents and her grandmother, Nana Tila. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon and Nina is seen getting off the bus, making her way back home after a job interview in the city. Nina has been job hunting ever since she left high school. However, she's not been successful at any of them. With the current high cost of living, it has gotten harder for her dad to provide food and basic necessities for the family. Therefore, Nina sees it fitting that she eases the burden off her father's shoulders by assisting in his feat. Nina approaches the house front porch where Nana Tila is seen weaving a mat with voivoi leaves. Nana Tila notices her and asks her about her day. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we all have been waiting for, our TikTok influencers, the stage is yours.
Hindi namatay ni singang ko. To the corner, please. To the corner. Now, please. Baka itala biya namatay ni hindi ko. Narakay lang kayo. To the corner. Namakabungo, bula binaka. Sabay baiti ko iko. Baka ba na sigang daing?
Bulambu.
Bula binaka makumbungo. Sama kayo bi. Kasi taling baiti ka? Iya, baka ibi na sigang daing bikin mo niyo.
Bu.
Yeah.
You know what they always say, eh? They'll call you, but they never call you back.
Never.
I don't know. They keep telling me that they'll call me. Blah, blah, blah. You know I'll never get the job anyway.
Rainda, okenda etungay matanda na nonda yaw. Na yaw etoklay matanda. Okenda kami dalako kina, kami da bangara, kami da kaba na keni da kabaka. Menayanga kina nonda bula mailiw. Oste talimbitiko iyo.
What do you mean by that, Boo?
Okenda go etoko kenda na yaw. Na yaw baka biti toko kenda relako mana bekai. Erlako may biti mermere kenda nonda itobo. Nonda panua. Wati kena nonda yaw baka may bira nonda yaw. Era kota lesu talo irme baka na numne non relako may biti. Yena baka kina. Ya eso na iburi ni lavo. O rawata talanga kino iko. Kaya baka sa rawata indo na itamba. Ena rawata talanga o iko.
Boo, how come I never thought of that? Iko sini tukuno biyaw ni ura ni raw labo talanga na ka endaro ni nakabanga ka na talimbe. Iko rani ba madala takabiyaw?
Isa você tinha makumbungu, eh? Você tinha sara makumbungu. Tu se manda mais me quis mandar buto, tu mais quis mandar buto. Iya. Kila erndo tu por bango erna non to bulang por to maybe si ko erndo bango na kena boso makapertania.
You
think outside the box. When you think outside the box, there's opportunities that are there waiting for you.
But wait, when you say think outside the box, what do you mean think outside the box? Who's going to help Dad pay for the bills, pay for electricity, pay for water, pay for gas, pay for my food, pay for my chocolate? What do you mean think outside the box?
Ona iburi ni lavo ni non to vale. Ete po mai vena idodo, toka na keni sao na bito nan rao. Le ada ni vena ndona vivi vendo non dolo le manan rao. Ngai tarongi ko le sutale o yado baka da boy ko korni buli.
Ui, Santina. Boy ko rin ba buli da biyaw na talibe?
Iya to sa mai na makamugumay tal bokit mat. Tal mai bekit talombo.
Okay.
Nga. To sa mai bahang ko mandur talibe.
The scene ends with Nina joyfully sitting and weaving alongside her grandmother as Nana Tila carefully instructs her granddaughter. This drama teaches us the importance of traditional knowledge as the means of strengthening and closing the gap between generations. The older generation is able to teach and pass on traditional knowledge, while the younger generation is able to learn, preserve that knowledge for generations to come. This is a fine example of intergenerational solidarity where we can learn from each generation while benefiting and reaping good things from one another. Again, ladies and gentlemen, introducing on stage for their thank you and farewell, let's show appreciation and round of applause to Ranandi KBT, Dean Victor Wanganida Kau, Seni Milika Andy. Thank you all. Have a blessed and safe night.
Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the drama.
Thank you very much. Can we have another round of applause for them, please? I think there's only one thing that was a little bit less believable in that performance, because if it was my grandmother, she would have reached over and whacked me on the head. But I think we're doing the kind of G-rated version for the purposes of this show. So we have two more items on the program before I invite Uncle Brian to come and address us for the closing remarks. Is Uncle Brian in the room? Okay, can Uncle Brian stand up and wave to everybody? So two more performances and you get to be graced by Uncle Brian. I hear he has a fantastic singing voice. So maybe you'll be lucky tonight. So welcome again to the stage, please, the Fiji National Youth Band, who'll be performing a meke for us this time. Again, could we give a little bit of a more enthusiastic applause? Thank you. Very much. Could we have another round of applause for the band, please? So I did promise we have one last item, and I'm going to have to re-invite the band. I know that they are extremely comfortable, but we can't get enough of you. Is that okay? While the band is setting up, you remember how I asked you all to look over to the back where Brian is? Brian, if you could give your hand a wave again. There are a few people around where Brian is sitting that have worked really hard to ensure that tonight happened and that the rest of today happened as well. So if I could ask that we give them a big round of applause. I think I can see Syra from here. I can see Renata from UNAIDS. I can see if you can stand up. Don't be shy. You're very small humans. You have to wave so you can be seen in the big auditorium. But also another huge thank you needs to go to Ollie, who's hiding backstage. And I know she doesn't want to come out, but Ollie, if you could make your way out and give everybody a bit of a wave. You can come a little bit closer. Ollie and the team that are behind you, Sumit and Sakeo and others who either have other commitments at the moment, have been responsible for ensuring that tonight was great and that you had really fun things to watch. And I've had the really fun task of literally standing here and talking. And then I get to see idols. And I had a real Tube Light moment earlier when I said to somebody, man, the guy that was singing Amania did it almost like the original. And then I realized, yeah, maybe I should keep some of my stories to myself, but I think the band is ready. So we'll invite the band and then Brian will come and give us some closing remarks. Thank you very much.
bum bum, yeah, bum bum bum. Yeah, bum 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 bum, yeah, bum 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 bum, yeah, bum bum bum. There she goes, oh, there she goes. There's nothing better than my beautiful woman. Even though, it's not always fair, we still fly together. To your skin and bones, you are elegance and freedom. You're everything I know, so come on in. Baby, let your hair down. Let me run my fingers through it. We can be ourselves now. Go ahead, be foolish. No one's in the clock now. Lying in this simple moment. You don't gotta worry now. Just let your hair down. Tell me when, oh, tell me when I can steal a sweet kiss from you, baby. I'm diving in, oh, I'm diving in. The water's warm right here. To you are than just skin and bones. You are elegance and freedom, and everything I know. So come on in, baby, let your hair down. Let me run my fingers through it. We can be ourselves now. Go ahead, be foolish. No one's on the clock now. Lying in this simple moment. You don't gotta worry now. Just let your head down. Baby, let your head down. Let me run my fingers through it. Ooh, yeah. No one's on the clock now. Lying in this simple moment. You don't gotta worry now. Just let your head down. Baby, let your head down. It's only us here, it's only us here, it's only us here. It's only us here, it's only us here, it's only us here. Oh, baby, let your head down.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Can we have another round of applause for the band who've been incredible the whole day today?
Don't sleep, wake up.
And now I have the pleasure of handing over to Brian Chirande.
All right. I asked our good friends Elevations to play that song, Boga. And I've asked every single person that's been behind this event to come at the stage here. As long as you know you've been part of the IYD committee, please come and join me on stage here. Every single person. If you're still here, please join me.
Don't sleep, don't sleep.
I want to share.
Wake up.
Everyone, please. Vish, Naveen, everyone. Sonny, Renata, please come on. All right, come. We have to give a dance to the. We have to give a farewell dance to everyone. Sorry, come on. We have to do one performance. Come on, everyone. Come on. Oh yeah.
Don't walk it, don't try. You're supposed to be try.
Including Ministry of Youth and Sports staff, please come and join us. Please. All right. MOIS. Okay, good. Please come here. Fish, come here. Don't hide. Come out. Okay. All right. Let's first go. Give everyone a dance here. Okay. DJ, first put it down. Pause it. All right. This song is called Boga. Boga is a Nigerian word that means to show off your belonging, your success. So I'm going to ask the group here to perform for you a dance to this song. Then we can say goodbye to you. All right, DJ, okay, give us Boga. All right, let's go. I'll show you how to dance. All right. Okay, all right, good. Like a peacock. Boga. Boga. Let me see you. Boga, run. Come on. Boga. Let me see you. Come on. Woo. Yeah. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you. I made my boss dance here, so I hope I don't get fired on Monday. But all in all, guys, I just want to say this couldn't have been successful without everyone you're seeing on this stage. Please give this team a very big hand clap. Some of our members are not here because they worked since yesterday. They have gone to sleep. Others are tired, but this team has been behind every single success of today. And we want to thank them for the hard work, the brains behind all the ideas, and putting these ideas into action so you could have a wonderful International Youth Day all over the Pacific. So we want to thank them so much. Please give them a very big hand clap. All right. Semi, Sonny, Soyan, Naveen, Anjali, Sumit, Vish, our IT guy, very shy. Vish, come. The guy making sure that all the live streaming is happening and people all over the world can see this. Oli, please, Renata, and of course our MC, Ernest. Sumit, yes, Sumit has come. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you for being with us through this journey and accepting our invitation to this event. We want to thank you so much for also celebrating the theme of International Youth Day. And before we conclude tonight, we just want to thank our esteemed partners that have worked with us so tirelessly to make this event a success. That includes the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education in Fiji. We also want to thank our youth organizations that have worked with us throughout the other parallel sessions, like Ignite for Change, the USP, Student Association, US Embassy, Youth Council, and so many others that I may even forget, forgive me. And last but not least, we want to thank the Resident Coordinator's Office of the UN in Fiji, MCO. We want to thank our partners, UNAIDS, who you heard from earlier on today. We want to thank UNICEF. We want to thank every single person who has been part of this journey. And last but not least, UNFPA, who has made this possible with all the support. Please give them a very big hand clap. Until we meet again on the 12th of August, 2023, happy International Youth Day. and safe travel back home, everyone. Thank you very much. Boga! Yes. Oh, we want to thank also our sign translators. Thank you so much.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Don't walk it, don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up, come, become person, matter, person, we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good.
Let's go.
Love